Alright, welcome to the beginning of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles streams.
Yeah, been really, like, excited to play these games.
Yeah, I'm like,
obviously it's been like over a year since we did our last Ace Attorney game.
investigations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So weird thing I heard about this game. It's gonna seem a little strange. I was told just to start with the last case. And you can just do that in this game.
Yeah.
Like, you see that select adventure? Actually, I think that's for the different games you're playing. Because there's 2 in this package. But yeah, I was told just to start, just like make up 8 streams, right? Just put them out there where nothing happens. And then, like, if you're really gonna start this game, you just start at the end.
Just start at the end. I mean, that's...
It seems ridiculous,
like,
right?
I kind of get where they're coming from.
Look, the game even starts you there. Look! I hit continue and it just knows.
Like, I kind of get where someone might be coming from. Like, obviously the last cases are the best ones in most of the games.
Yeah, like, I don't know, sometimes there's doozies. Sometimes there's just, like, bad cases.
But generally, like, there's fun stuff and like good, shit all along the way. Like,
yeah. If it's painful, it's at least fun painful, right?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I think we gotta start at the beginning. Like, what else are we doing here if we don't?
It won't let me. Apparently, it's a weird choice for a port, but like, I gotta believe the developers know best, right?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess this is gonna be a short stream series then, but sure, let's get into it.
You don't know that. You don't know that. All right.
Well, I guess we also can't talk during this either. The unspeakable story.
Yeah, it's the unspeakable story. Don't tell anyone about it, man. The Adventures of the Unspeakable Story, Investigation Part 1. I thought this was Phoenix Wright game with the court cases.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
Oh my god, they're British. Apparently we're in London. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land that, shook the entire foundation of the entire court proceedings known up to this point in this country. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th of April, 9:13 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy.
Fish tank? No plant. Oh, I suppose there's one flower there.
We haven't seen the window yet. We got the Dharma, though. That's important.
Mm-hmm.
The Dharma is very important. It's a nice place, though. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Sato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no. Of course not. How silly of me. Oh no, she went crazy. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So, shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes! Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see, what case is it today? She's nuts. Here we go again. It's all the lead.
Yeah, it's the lead.
Right there. And there. And there. And there. And just about everywhere, really. Alright. Are they gonna talk about what kind of shovel this is? Actually, that's a spade. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel.
Good call.
What can I say? I know this game. I know these people. I'm part of their bloodline, after all. That's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a fucking shovel. No. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it.
Which one's actually correct, though?
It depends where you are in the world, probably.
Because obviously you shovel things with a shovel. But what is shoveling?
It's spring at last, and the weather is warmer now. And I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle. Oh, would you like some tea, Naruhodo-san? Thank you, Susato-san, but I'm alright for now. With the green tea Susato-san makes from time to time, and Iris' unique herbal infusions. This place is paradise for a true tea lover. Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think?
Green tea.
Coffee. We've only been in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look like a little messy already. You could tidy up once in a while. Susato-san, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same cause.
True, that's right. Never quit.
A good mess is a good thing. And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on simple housework.
Oh no, she's right.
She wins. She wins. But I'm supposed to be the lawyer here.
We gotta get out of here.
So this is the tea set that Susato-san brought with her from Japan, he says 2 months after moving in here. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Good. Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know. I don't like to see you screw up your face so. I've still never had any tea I've ever liked. Mind you, I've not tried a bunch. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Nah, that's just gonna be the whole desk. Well, maybe not. This must be the telegram. Let's see. Ah! No, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, but you can be very mischievous at times. Then put the telegram away if you don't want people looking at it. We were rather lucky to find that old aquarium left behind here. The prawns we put in there are doing rather well, and the anemones too. It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? The sea, behind glass inside your room. Another example of Great Britain's greatness. Having to clean it out and change the water isn't so great though, is it?
We got some lobsters.
Yeah, no, this is a big-ass prawn. Do you know, I've never seen inside your room there, Susato-san. I've never even peeped inside. I should think so, too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. Whatever you say, young maiden. I can't look at the Dharma. What about the coconuts? What are those? No, seriously, what is that?
Coconuts in England.
Yeah.
They're carried here on a swallow. African or European?
No, really, what are these?
I think they're coconuts.
Onions?
Could be onions.
That's a lot of onions. Why would you have onions up on a rope hanging above your staircase?
To ward off Dracula.
I would believe that if they were like, wait, that's not garlic. Well, it could be garlic.
So they used onions.
Huh. Oops. The telegram. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Uh-huh. Sorry, but you're not gonna get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright. I understand. Soseki-san! I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he?
Yeah.
Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away.
Oh, what?
A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him. Do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering, what might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, As regards Lord Van Zeeks, the Reaper. Yeah, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case.
The Reaper.
Is that the Grim Reaper? What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps. Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these last 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zeeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. It's just not the same anymore, man. Yes, since Soseki-san's trial. He's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials, then. Ugh. Just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Yo, check this out. It means a great deal to me, you know. That you cherish his armband so, and wear it each time you appear in court. Well, it's very important to me. It shows that I'm a lawyer. Whenever I wear it, I feel as though it gives me strength. Through Kazuma. I absolutely can't be without it. Especially when I'm at a critical point in a trial. But just the other day, I noticed you wearing it when we went to visit that park. Sometimes I forget to take it off. The Kazuma armband stays on during sex.
Sholmes suit.
Morning, Runo. Morning, Susie. Oh no.
He's just getting hotter.
Dude, I've never met this more. I can't not fuck him. Good morning, Iris. Iris. What is it, Runo? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Oh, yes. You noticed that, did you?
Oh my god.
No, it's the dude playing the flute for the Little Mermaid.
Yeah, no.
I cannot fuck him.
Yeah, it's literally that. Yeah.
Where does giant horrific thingy go that was on his desk?
You didn't need it, you realized, remember?
That's right, he sold it. And now it's gonna be part of a convoluted part of this case. Great. Ali isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. Hello. Can't not fuck him. I love his hair. You never see hair like this. It's always straight. It's never poofy. They always give boys the shitty haircut. This is the good haircut. A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable in the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. He got really hot suddenly. Like, this heel turn into emo undressed Sholmes is really doing something for me. Damn this blanched existence! That is all, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. Eyes.
My boy!
I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me if it's not too much trouble.
I guess you can say he was playing the Nihilin.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. We got Cat.
Yep. Becky did say we could have him.
Oh, look, it's Wagahai. Morning, boy. You gonna testify? That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. You turned into Vivia! I want to die someday. This is awesome.
my boy Sholmes! I just want to give him a hug. Like, what happened?
It would be a fine day to die. Ah, I knew something looked different. Oh, is this why you're sad? Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. Well, we gotta see what he says when we try and present it to him. Mr. Sholmes, can I ask you for your opinion about this? You lure me to raise my languid head with the promise of some mental exaltation. Yet in my morbid depression, I am confronted with the most mundane of problems. Oh! My mind finds greater stimulation in the unforgiving monotony of the floor than in your miserable offering. Always glad to help. Oh, my head weighs heavy on my shoulders. Wanting to die.
Oh my god.
You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melisonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Dies. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed. For days even, through the night have I endeavored to no avail. That sound. My tone is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever! No more recitals of unbridled emotion! Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Early? Fuck. Don't worry. I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh, dear. Why is this happening to me? He inherited Soseki. They take the turn I have for the violin from me. What is left, for pity's sake? What is left?
Deduction.
Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? The missing machine. Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... Your desk looks rather empty today. Well done, Miss Susato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale into significance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windy Banks now. Sorry, it's at a Windy Bank? No! Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery. Pawn? What? You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh, what's to understand exactly? How pawnbroking works. Oh boy. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? The people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. Okay. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see. Especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Excuse me. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it out at the Windy Banks, you see? A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Weird. Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? I don't know what you're talking about. No. What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. I want to die someday. I don't know if... Oh, God. He's like 2 feet tall. What the heck? I really don't want to re-examine everything. Alright, we're re-examining everything in this room.
We're in it.
Yeah, that's what we do. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. Isn't that enormous machine usually on it? We can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we're invited, we may find he's vacated the entire suite. That's scarily plausible, actually. There's all sorts of on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high. I can't help feeling that the whole lot is gonna topple at any moment. Oh, it's such a charmingly untidy collection of paraphernalia, isn't it? It just looks messy to me, like my desk. But you, Mr. Naruhodo, must learn to tidy up after yourself. No favoritism there, then, huh?
Whoa, Alex.
What?
You're gonna think this is weird. Today, August 16th, is the
Yeah.
is exactly the 8 years since the day that Little Mermaid comic came out. 8 years, 7 anniversaries. Imagine.
Just another on the list. That's all this channel is. We will be one of the greatest archives of coincidences, of obscure references connecting everything. We will become the grand web that weaves it all. Fuck, man. That's weird. Anyway, check out this fireplace. Imagine. The fire's burning comfortably in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow. Look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting. Is that supposed to mean something to me?
The woman. The woman?
The woman? Question mark is the achievement? I don't think the stream can see the achievements popping up. That's funny that you can. Who is the woman? What the fuck is this?
Wait, what'd she say exactly?
Look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? It must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting.
Okay.
That's it.
There is a prominent female character in Sherlock Holmes, who I think is actually just known as the woman. I could be wrong.
Okay. She's her, I guess. Alright, it looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee.
Yeah.
Seems very sturdy, with an equally sturdy lock. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. How did you come to that conclusion? We've seen this before. Yeah, if he'd been involved in my case, I wonder if Beefsteak from La Carnival would be displayed here. A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing man, a bust of Napoleon, yeah. Yeah, we already saw this.
Yeah, remember,
No favoritism.
you ever see
there,
the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies?
I saw both of them, actually, I think.
Yeah, the character Rachel McAdams plays in that is, Irene Adler.
Okay.
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes just refers to her as the woman in various cases, but she's like the most prominent female character in the series.
Gotcha. Iris's beautiful tea set is there on the table as usual. A cup of one of her special herbal teas, or herbal blends, always helps me to relax when I'm feeling the strain of doing nothing, because I get no work. The English pastime of tea has many similarities with our own tea ceremony customs, don't you think? It's the idea of hospitality behind it. That's the essence of tea. That's a charming little white shelf. And full of charming little bottles, too. But the contents of them aren't quite so charming, it seems. Science is the future, Mr. Naruhodo. You can't deny it. I'm saving my money so that I can buy some chemistry apparatus as well. Law. Chemistry. Takedown throws. What diverse skills you boast, Miss Susato. As useful as they are, I'm not sure that my throwing skills are worthy of inclusion in that list. I don't know. Martial arts are important. Keep yourself safe. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Iris doing much writing recently. There's paper already set up in the typewriter. Look, it's as if she's about to start. That reminds me, when I mentioned that Iris was in the process of writing a full-fledged novel, Mr. Natsume was most impressed. Ah yes, Mr. Natsume. That's what I'll be doing too, once I'm back in Japan, he said through tightly clenched fists and teeth. Alright. How are you so small, Wagahai? Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. It would appear his previous owner has completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews as empty as the hearts of the muses. Aww. If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Wacky back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable. Yeah. Yes, he really is. Oh, yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? I'm getting scared. They have pointed to the door again. Getting worried. Anytime weird contraptions or particular features of a room come into play, I get nervous and excited.
Yeah, it's this is the perfect setup for a seesaw trick.
Always looking
Locked
for the
door
seesaw
mystery.
trick.
But Iris is just small enough to get through the cat door or something, you
Must
know?
be her. Yeah. I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed! You are observant, you know. What the fuck is that? Look, I use this! It's my lightest invention! What? What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
What?
And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see.
No, what? You can, what?
It makes square holes in walls for cats, but only cats.
Out of anything.
It partitions that space in the world to cats exclusively. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? What's the fun in that? Well, yes, maybe.
No, like, she's right.
But now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the room of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl.
This girl. She can do it.
Oh, what was that? Wagahai. Oh dear. What was that? Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin! Oh my god. I think he thinks it's a toy. Oh no! What's he doing to it? Oh dear. Mr. Sholmes' precious violin. Why should I care?
No.
What? I shouldn't be surprised. The cat is a more accomplished musician than I. Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he?
You should give him head, Naruhodo.
Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Ellie? Whatever. Out of the cat's reach if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Wanting to die. So this is the violin, is it? Yeah. It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. Don't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it, covered in dust, languished in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. Purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. Funny seeing where the word shill comes from, I guess.
Right, yeah. You're a shill. You raised the shillings.
How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none! Mr. Sholmes. What, my dear madam? What? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Yeah. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? What do you mean, Miss Susato? Oh, Susie's right! Yes, the tone of wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? You draw a picture of it? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe. Oh, what? Fuck. What's the other one that's close to a violin? I knew someone who could play it.
I know what you're talking about.
Viola?
Yeah.
It's an entirely different instrument called a viola. I believe it has deeper tones. What? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're right! You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of string flotsam?
Flotsam.
I thought it was flotsam, because it floats.
It does float. I believe it is flotsam though. Flotsam and jetsam.
Yeah, but then the Little Mermaid finds it, hands it to the guy to play.
Yeah. Also, speaking of Stradivarius,
Yeah,
we talked about this on the SMT stream, but that
oh my God,
it's not
we
in
did.
5, but the fiend named David, who's the violin player, is named after one of Stradivarius's violins.
Cool.
It's the David Stradivarius or something.
Not your faithful performing partner, then. Oh, I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Surely you can block this. Iris in the fighting game, too strong. Small body with guns and bombs. I'm not blocking the mix-up, Iris.
Yeah, I'm with the Brain Destroyer.
I am with the Brain Destroyer. Opens the cat door, but only in the and it connects both corners of the match,
Oh my
right?
God.
So like she throws the cat behind her while she's got you in the left corner. So then in like 5 seconds, the cat's gonna come out the left corner bottom. So you gotta block low and in that direction. It's rough. Like it's fucking watch out. MVC4 Iris top tier. Watch out. It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Iris, I'm trying to ask you exactly what happened.
I like the implication that they would make in the next game would be Marvel vs. Capcom 4. As if it didn't exist.
No, that's absolutely what you do. 100%. 100 fucking %. God, I hope that game gets made. Like it's possible that we get a fun one now that the MCU is on the decline. Like if Marvel Rivals is popular with its like crazy art style and stuff,
then we're comic book art style.
Yeah, with its crazy art style of non-realism, you know, faithful.
Yeah.
In line with the source material. Then yeah. I suppose Infinite didn't look... Infinite just had, like, bad fidelity and just general model look.
Yeah.
I want to say they had... The models, the like, actual designs, though, weren't, like, trying to be realistic, though.
Right, but then, like, it's... As Race was saying the other day, they didn't cel shade it. Like...
Oh, yeah, no, they didn't cel shade it. They didn't stylize it. It needs to look like a comic book.
Yeah.
I need half of my character to be in, like, pitch black because they've shaded it that hard. Anyway, we're gonna try and block this mix. There's something funny about it being right over her eyes. The schmix. What do you mean by a mix-up, Iris? But you see, this violin... sorry, this viola, I mean, was at Windibanks until last week. At the pawnbrokers. Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. I'm so back, baby. There is a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows.
You just assume we're familiar with it because we're from the East?
Always let a beloved child travel. That's a new one. Yes, indeed! So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea! Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. Funny. Go back to being depressed. I want to fuck you more that way. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Fuck. Pshaw. A fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time.
In this case, viola you.
But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry. Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect. Fressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? We must visit Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Miss Susato. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. I don't care. My dear fellow. Surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fress your egg over even more obtusely. All right, shut up. Let's go. Don't worry, Reno. I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. We can go to Baker Street. Alright. A bustling London street on which can be found Mr. Sholmes' office and Windybank's pawnbrokery. There's a large park nearby, too.
There it is.
It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholmes' office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. Oh, I know! To actually be sharing accommodations with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret. Foreshadowing, maybe. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Look at all the different things in the window of this shop. Ah, that's Windybank's, the pawnbroker. Wait. What? Wendy.
Yeah,
Wendy.
I've been sitting here wondering. It should have been Windy Old Banks.
There's still a chance.
There's no chance. Like, we're gonna see.
Looks much smarter than a pawnbroker's in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally. It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. I get it. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. Yep. Oh no. I see it.
Thinker.
The Thinker.
Yeah.
Oh no. What else we got? We got the Ass Cactus!
The Ass Cactus, yeah.
Alright, we got Ass Cactus.
See, you think it says April 15th, but today's the 16th, and that'll matter.
Yeah. Man, they really opened strong with the first case of Phoenix Wright 1. Like it's such a good idea. The time delay, the offset, so good. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any other immediate references. Obviously, the cactus is probably a stretch anyway, but we'll never forget the Ass Cactus.
They didn't talk about it.
God, they really didn't.
No, like they did not talk about it.
Yeah. Like it is. We have internalized it as the Ass Cactus, where Jake fucked himself on the. What was his? Okay, we called him Jake McWomen's Rights. What was his actual name? It was Jake something, right?
It was definitely Jake. I'll look it up right now. Because I have no idea.
Marshall?
Jake Marshall. Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Jake Marshall.
So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Ah, Susato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me.
Wait, Windy? Lot of?
Oh no. Oh no, don't combine them. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. Take your clothes off. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. It's just a British guy. You got a dog picture. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo. It's time to inform Mr. Windybank of our ire. Come. The fight is afoot! Alright. Going straight to that thinker. What are you doing, my dear fellows? We are not here to browse for interesting curios. We have come to teach this broker a lesson. Oh, but there are just so many fascinating items. It looks as though we'll have to talk to Mr. Windybank first before you can explore in here, Mr. Sato. Then why even give me the option? Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes? This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There is only one way to make amends. I shall have to take my own life! Finally, the king returns. The king of NPCs has finally shown himself. This guy's gonna be like 32. Alright, 48. Motherfucker's 34. I shall have to take my own life. Do it. I don't think that will be necessary, do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Yes?
I said I wasn't gonna lose my head.
It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. I'm sorry. As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard... Ah, here it is. You did! And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or bruise any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. This is like peak abusive relationship tactic right there.
It worked.
It worked. Oh, I guess I'll kill myself then. Oh, I can try and give him the Mr. Plinkett voice. True. It would appear that the fight is over. Oh, I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank. Evidently my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Sherlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either a laugh or a cry, I suppose. I'll give him the Plinkett voice when the gun's up to his head. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I needn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Sholmes, or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel. And unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean? Oh, forgive me! Wait, before you die, you must tell me more!
Jeez. Yeah.
At least make your life useful for a moment longer. Unpublished story. I must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, Susato-san is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windybank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more. It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. I beg your pardon. A manuscript. You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? I don't remember. Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? And kindly continue to store my belongings securely. Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you. On my life. This is all very strange. My pawnbrokery. I wonder, can I ask you something? Ah, gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. I'm sorry. Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. Take it off right now. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic, Eastern artistry at its finest, I must say. Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? Whoosh. How interesting. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you described. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure stowage. What was the other? Wasn't there another character that, like, you would present them stuff and they would, like, give it a value?
God, who would be the one to do that?
It wasn't Adrian, was it? Like, when you first meet her? Might have been an investigations character? I could have sworn someone did that.
Sure, that sounds reasonable. It sounds right, but I have no idea who it would have been.
Yeah. Nothing comes to mind immediately. Anyway, I appraise their items, then offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure stowage. Sorry, let me read that again. That seemed important. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you described. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure stowage. Okay. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned. Right. Emma, when you first meet Emma, right away, you show her that badge and she tells you how much it's worth. That's right. Thank you. I miss Emma. But what happens if they don't pay you the money? I kill them. And the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. Okay. So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed then? That's right, ma'am. That's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Windybag, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Says the man who was telling us all it was a very good day to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh? What sort of measures? I engineered a simple device, which Mr. Windybag has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windybag? Bank. I want to call him Windybag. What was that deep sigh about? The Red-Handed Recorder. We got more shovels or spades. What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Choose your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. security camera. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Dog.
It's like just a real dog.
Picture of a dog. Okay.
This is insane, by the way.
It's a little nuts.
I'll believe it.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, of course. This is insane.
Oh, this is insane. Ah, yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Alright. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madame. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say, that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess, your devices have been giving me some cause of distress of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one, but 2 cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's not even like the technology, it's the fact that it would cost a fucking fortune. Yeah.
I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Shit. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heavens help us. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windybank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry? I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Ah, good day to you then, Mr. Windybank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Windybank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself in all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windybank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size. Oh, you don't mean he'd... Yes, he'd blast his own head off instantly. Blow his brains out, indeed, in recompense for his blunder. I rob his shop, he kills himself, it's a win-win. Oh my god. Ugh. Ugh. Quick stretch. Ugh. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Windybank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Oh, I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommended or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Windybank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot which he slides under his pillow. How on earth did you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? You just told me. I'm a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder, and the prime suspect if this pawnbrokery has ever burgled. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Those are forfeited items, offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially, pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. Not... He is free to display it in his shop for sale, at a price of his choosing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Now you've explained it, I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course. Simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never. It embodies my student spirit. Now, what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope. Fascinating. Is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there's something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Damn, I was hoping her model would, Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see, at once!
A train's coming right at us!
Alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Okay, let me just turn up the 3DS's 3D feature.
Yeah. Oh god, a train!
Oh my god, it's juror number 2.
Yeah. Oh my god, what did they want you to hold the DS up to your face? Yeah.
No, like, it would be for the 3DS feature.
But I don't even think it's for the 3DS feature. It's just, I think the idea is you would hold it really fucking close to your face. So that you would cross-eye the image and...
yeah, I suppose, you know what? I guess I can cross my eyes and see the middle image.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it works. Yeah. Oh, no, it works really well, actually. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, my screen's too big for this.
Yeah, no, mine's like perfectly far away. What the? That's actually really cool. Huh. Neat. I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yeah, so I think this would be coupled with the 3DS feature, and it would like really be popping out to you rather than just creating a third image in the middle.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. How is this all gonna matter to the case? Look at this! Look at this lovely big shiny box bee. That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country. Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Oh, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. Never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There's a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed. Though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Huh. There's a small catch just here, look. Is it a phone? What the fuck is it?
Yeah, I think it might be a telegram thing, like the Morse code thing, maybe?
We're going to open it, aren't we? I have no idea what I'm looking at. Oh my, that's amazing. It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What, us? Nothing? No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. Yeah, I guess it's like you have two lenses to look, and you put something on the other side of it. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th April. Today's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date.
Write that down.
Write that down. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windybank. And who was it who walked out here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. Something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. I mean, yeah, people just know what day it is. Oh, yes. I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Is this gonna be what's her name? Gina. What? Only a tuppence for it?
Yeah.
That ain't fair, and you know it. The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Gina. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher at it? I've seen all I need to see, young girl. Yep.
Yay.
Yay.
It's a virtual boy.
Wait, don't... Yeah, the eye-searing destroyer. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket. Fart reverb. Gordon Bennett, you lot! Who? Hey, whoa, wait, they just gave that to Hello, Miss Lestrade, I hope you've been well. What? You remember me then, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pop that black weasel, sorry, coat, have ya? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? They're just so fucking jealous, man.
You're jealous.
He looks great. Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken, you would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Mr. Sholmes. So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windybank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on. I'll make trouble for ya. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. The gun, please. Shop owner. Fades out of existence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there is really no room. What was I doing? I'm sorry, but as I said, I guess he's Peter Griffin. I'm sorry, but as I said, there's really no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? Music disc. Some kind of cool-ass metal disc? And you! Go on! Leave me alone! Oh, Miss Lestrade. Just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Susato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Hey, check this out. Oh, whoops. Help. Help.
I cannot help you.
Would you have a look at, that's strange. Where's my armband gone? What's the problem? Something wrong? Don't suppose you're looking for this? Yes, but how? And when? And how again? Got a talent for it, haven't I? Diving. That's bordering on black magic. And it makes what I was about to say about my armband seem a little dull. So, what do you want to tell me about it then? That's funny. Pawnbroker's customer. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well I am alright. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I could see it written all over your Chevy Chase.
Huh? Wait. Huh?
Alright?
Wait, what did she mean by this?
Finally, the middle of my bingo card's been filled out.
Yeah.
The Chevy Chase reference, of course.
Wait, what?
I can see it all over your Chevy Chase.
Okay, origin of the name Chevy Chase may have been derived from the French word chevaucher. Maybe chauffeur? I'm not sure.
Whatever.
Horseback raids made in the ancient borderlands between Scotland and England. Okay. What?
Alright. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. Suppose. Sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade. But this time, but not this time, I swear. That thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Windybank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Miss Lestrade's disc. Mr. Windybank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Ah, this is the music disc, you see? For use inside a music box. In a music box? What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before. Small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going and beautiful music plays. It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There's so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no idea, I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Oh, I see. And that's it in a nutshell. Time to kill myself. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies. I told me, Dad. He said it was, well... He? Who? Who?
He.
Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money. I know it is. Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? Ah! Gina Lestrade. He's been in here before, of course. This little tatterdemalion. 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 I see. And what brought some dubious articles or other here with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that shrimple. Sorry, what do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. Ah, a storage ticket. So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. Girl like me has a lot of stuff. What needs sorting? What needs storing? Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. She gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest. I was obliged to return the article to her. But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windybank. Thank you. Needed that, thank you.
Gross.
Might need it again in a second, in fact. We don't know what Gina's about to do.
Sorry, my mic was actually disconnected, but you're welcome.
Little scamp was wearing it, ma'am. The coat. We were talking about the coats. The coats were mentioned. The overcoat that she redeemed. Oh. What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So what about the disc then? How does that come into all this? We're being a little nosy right now. The disc is something else. A new article to pawn, if the girl and I can agree a price. New article to pawn. I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Once again, yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care. As I'd understood it. That's right. Yes, and rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh. You mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Oh, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? You mean this disc, then yes. Exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Something. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me? It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man. It's me old man's, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Get out of her business. Fuck off. Who's it gonna be? Returning or new?
New. I'm going with new.
Let's go with new. Out of my way, please. It's gonna be. It's a JoJo villain. This is a part.
Williams DePelli.
It's a fucking yeah. This is a part.
Is
Wait.
literally what Williams DePelli wears. It's a part 1 character.
Yeah, but it's Mountain Tim. It's Mountain Tim in terms of face and looks. What the fuck? Yeah, who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Oh my god. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. Oh! And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the face of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my! Oh, now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's, or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo, this is getting spicy. This is a very awkward situation. Yes, I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. The gentleman's accusation. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying? What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Well, let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking alongside the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again? Oh, yes. As you can see, I'm a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Arrgh. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on! Why is everyone thinking it's me? Just look at this dandy cove. You think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one's gonna believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence. Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to the gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windybank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. You think this would have come up when she went to redeem it? Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh? Really?
Right. Well, he just gives him the ticket.
Yeah,
It's like, you have
I
the
suppose
ticket.
you don't need the name if you got the...
Right, because if you have the ticket and you're gonna give me the money, it's yours.
Yeah,
right?
like if,
Yeah.
if your daughter or son or whoever wants to bring in the ticket to redeem the stuff while you're at work
Yeah.
or whatever, fine. Okay,
Obviously,
fair,
it's like
fair.
Normally you would ask for people's names.
No,
but
you're
it's like,
yeah, you're getting.
but
ID.
if he's like, it's off. If this is an off the books type of thing, people respect the privacy. That's the business he runs. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Right.
Yep, that's the beauty of capitalism, right?
Yeah.
I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. But then, how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir. Might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Password. I like that. Of course. It's... Professor.
He's a JoJo character. Like, what the fuck is
No,
happening?
he's a JoJo character. He's got the eyes of a JoJo character. He's a super pretty boy, but yet masculine at the same time. Oh, they became friends. The young pickpocket who was first met during trial 2 months ago. She and Iris have become firm friends since. Great. Yes, that's right, and all the evidence we need. The gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. A watchword? Interesting. This is all very important information.
I mean, this is something up. Like,
So about these watchwords, Mr. Windybank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. Wait, Sholmes is still here? Does he have chocolate in his hands? What the fuck is he holding?
no, I think that was just something that was on the shelf. It just looks like.
No, his
something.
thumb's on it. Nah, he's holding that.
Okay, okay.
That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets. None at all. Yes? Well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. Date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword, which means she also knew the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? That's right, sir. Yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on the 15th of February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But ow! Really, this is beyond a joke now. There was no further room for doubt. Alright, see ya. Oops. Look at Mr. Windybank watching diligently over his shop. There's still so many things I'm curious about. I don't believe this is time for browsing, Mr. Naruhodo. We should probably see whether that argument's been resolved yet, I suppose. No, this is JoJo villain. He's gone. Which, you know, Phoenix Wright characters are definitely in line with that kind of caricature. This is the picture postcard gentleman. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the Inquirer to introduce himself first.
True.
Oh, clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry. Yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Yeah, the stand user could be anyone. Oh, yes. Japan. I've heard talk of the place. No. He's not beating the JoJo character allegations. It's not happening. He's guilty.
No, like, yeah.
This is just as appalling. Hey, baby.
Hey, baby. Its inhabitants live on some...
Like your dog for a second.
Yeah,
there.
I thought you were doing. I'm like, no wait, that's a Felly. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices. What?
Huh?
You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Did I say that right?
Close.
Gesticulation?
Yeah,
Gesticulation. Okay, gesticulation.
Yeah.
Okay. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps, anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring about the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really.
And also a lawyer.
Also, I'm definitely a lawyer. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is... Dude.
I for a second there.
Oh my god. Least British name ever. My name is Benedict. Yes. Eggert Benedict. They've outdone themselves this time, I think. Alright, eggs.
Eggsy.
Enchanté. Alright, what's his stand do? We haven't seen the full breadth of him yet.
Stand user could be anywhere.
Could be anywhere. It could be anyone. But know that they are rapidly approaching upon your location. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious.
The name's suspicious? It's just a British name.
He's the egg on head Amogus. That's the one he would play.
Yeah, I am the Eggman.
I am the Eggman. Now to the matter at hand. My overcoat. Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Every move he makes, every breath he takes. I can't stand watching him.
Wow.
She's just full of them, man. Alright. Yeah, he looks pretty good in it. Alright, so let that be an end of the matter. Thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. Oh.
Holy shit, look at him go.
With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back.
Yeah.
Now she's gonna be cold.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's his coat. Like, it fits him. It's not as fancy as the rest of his outfit, but it did fit him.
It worked. No, you wear the overcoat. It's cold outside. You wear the 50 coats in London.
Yeah, you don't want to get your pristine white, like suit.
Stand battle attire dirty.
Yeah, it's just interesting because, like, the way Gina was acting, she really seemed to think it was hers.
And I think it probably is still somehow.
Yeah, so this will be interesting.
That man's a scoundrel. This is why I hate grown-ups. Once again, you're 17 years old in the early 1900s.
That's like, yeah, that's the equivalent of a 30-year-old today.
You're working the mines.
You're 5 years in the mines.
You're gonna be dead in a year.
You're gonna be dead in a year.
Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. Of course, sir. Here's the disc for you. It's got, let's see, it's got the opening to Phantom Blood on it. Sono Chino Sodome, sir. And, music box form. Just this one. Pardon, sir. I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. Another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that was deposited with me was merely the, what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now, and honestly, I think you should have to pay for that. That's 2 fucking items of value. Actually, you give that back. I'm gonna kill you. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Get his ass. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Or you, take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep it all, so you keep hold of it. Damn, no H's. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? The music box has been entered into the court record. A metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. The piece of music, which remains unidentified, is stored on the disc by means of small protrusions. You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't! He's lying! Grown-ups are all liars! Oh, what do I do now? How am I going to resolve this?
Get the gun.
Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes? What are you examining with such keen interest there?
Yeah.
As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see.
Oh my god, he hit us with the raging demon.
Deduce 1,000 crimes!
I
love
always say
this
I
guy.
need more raging demons and things.
no,
Not
I-
enough raging demons.
Yeah. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to
Oh my
me.
god, he became the Joker!
Why is he doing the? Oh, sorry.
Did you come back to the
Yeah.
fucking raging demon?
I was literally gonna say, why is he doing the Akuma?
It was the
fucking
first
pose.
thing we noticed. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst as you shrewdly observe, gnawing on the
It's
only
his own
friend I
personal
have
brand?
left. This 7% solution of caramel.
It's his caramel. It's
Dude,
his
right
main
back in his pocket every time that he buys it.
product.
Pray, do you claim to understand the depth of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely. So desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. We're in worse company territory. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect because he's Sherlock Holmes, not Sherlock Holmes.
Right.
Oh man,
Yes.
dude, the stand battle began before we even knew it. All right, you got to voice some of these fuckers at this point. Who do you want?
Okay, use,
Take Sholmes and the shopkeeper.
okay.
Can you do that? I think you do a
For
good
sure.
shopkeeper. All right.
Yes, I overheard much of your conversation.
And obviously, Brad, if you want to be, you want to be the dandy man there, you can.
Yeah, my cough is still kind of,
Fuck it. As long as it's not hurting you, right?
We'll see. I'll let you know.
Yeah. We'll probably be doing court next time at this rate.
Yeah.
Though this case is probably gonna be pretty long, so. It's
my
the first
carving-
case in the game, so it's like you haven't missed anything.
Yeah, it's true. In my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered.
You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes! I feel simply awful for you.
It would seem that my inferences are correct.
Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again.
My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for?
It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. This guy's all over the place. But who knows if it will help resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here?
Listen to the deduction.
I'm gonna leave it for a second.
Okay.
I don't know. If Mr. Sholmes starts on one of his wild rambling deductions now, it could just fan the flames of this argument. I think it would be sensible to try something else. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you saying? The great detective has made one of his great deductions. He's sure to cut straight to the heart of the matter. That's what I'm worried about. We don't need any more cuts around here.
Dear me, you seem decidedly agitated. Clearly, I shall have to take the reins.
Yes, please do, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, I wasn't sure if there was other things I could, if I could, like, talk to them still.
Right, you probably would have said something, yeah. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament.
Where the blue blazes have you been, eh?
Pardon?
When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. Did we ever see him doing the falling over before this case, this episode?
I can't recall.
Harsh. Oh, and who, pray tell, are you?
Mr. Egbert Benedict.
If that is your real weird-ass name.
You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn.
I beg your pardon.
The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed.
Ah. I'm sorry.
And
Nani?
the second... Nani, yeah. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation. One you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions?
How? He's turned white as a hard-boiled egg. Well, listen, if you don't want that gray part...
Fuck me. Benedict style of cooked egg. His name's Eggs Benedict.
You didn't get that?
Oh, I didn't get that.
You were too overcome with his Britishness?
Yeah, I was too overcome with the
it
British-
was
yeah.
so... just natural.
No, it's like Egbert Benedict. That's just a fucking name a British guy could have. I didn't even think...
No,
Eggs
he's
Benedict.
he's
Yeah,
the Eggman.
Yeah, he's
It's
literally
okay.
the Eggman.
There's a lot to take in here. There was a lot to take in here. But listen, when you hard-boil the eggs, you gotta make sure to put them in the ice right afterwards, okay? Because then you don't get that, like, gray layer on the yolk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you won't
I just medium boil my eggs anyway.
like a smart person, like a fucking genius, as you should. Hard-boiled. Actually, I like it quite soft. All right. It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? I'm him.
Yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for.
Got him.
So, shall we begin? The time has come, and so have I, for yet another Herlock Shlomes. Logic and reasoning spectacular!
He's in unfuckable mode right now. Not in I can't not fuck him mode.
The game is afoot!
Alright, well, we'll go through this and we'll take a break. Or we'll go through the opening section of this. And then before we have to, like, do the gameplay part.
First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocketeer, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different.
My god, these people just holding incriminating evidence is so stupid.
As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you here to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet, Even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions.
He's got an A and a G on his cane there.
Agger.
Ag's Genedict.
The cane, which you unwittingly clutch to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction.
What utter rot! I've had this cane for years.
Ag. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all.
Oh, it's croquet. I think.
Kinda, what'd you say?
I think it's croquet. It's a croquet stick.
Okay, sure.
Now
sure,
we're
sure.
getting British.
Now we're getting British, yeah.
I love made-up countries and I love made-up sports in them, man.
You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reactions betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle? Mused I.
The damn muses!
But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod.
Buddy.
Is the broken handle of a shovel.
The spade! Are you insane?
It's a shovel, Naruto. And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have concealed, sir! A
Steve.
wickedly calculated crime.
He's done it again.
To tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery.
He's done it again. Topic 2! Great crime.
Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning.
This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason can I have to do as you say?
Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too aware, Mr. Benedict.
As you are only too well aware.
Aha! And your furtive pygmy is more telling than I could have hoped.
So easily forgotten. What?
Consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor.
Covertly.
The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area.
To jump over.
Hey, fuck off. And
Bullshit.
according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewage works. Beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road.
This madness has entered the sewers now, has it?
By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in the very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite.
What are you?
In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnel.
Master plan?
Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank?
Are you quite serious?
Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see,
Crystal
this
Tower.
pictured postcard tells us tells us all we need to know.
Postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me.
Currently, in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road.
Sholmes, you can't just tell people this shit. Oh!
It's what?
Pardon?
Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating. Is the of that which sits in the vault of that bank. The special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information. So keep it under your hat, please.
He's done it again. This one's at least, like, somewhat reasonable, I guess? You're gonna perform an insane, heist. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
The one with the lion was crazy. Alright?
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle.
This is based on the plot of the Red-Headed League. Okay. Damn references I don't give a fuck about. Mr. Sholmes.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo.
Time for my favorite part. And the player's least favorite part.
Impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness. Would you not agree?
Hey, was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault?
I didn't say anything. You're mistaken.
I made it up.
Indeed. Though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets.
They tell this guy stuff, huh?
Gregson told me. Hey, Gregson!
Gregson told you, huh? That's
Indeed.
okay.
Strictest confidence.
But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact.
That
Eh.
doesn't count.
And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it?
Because I told him. Wait. There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because the man is a criminal.
Gina just has been digging this whole time. But what if he doesn't? But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret.
Oh.
Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windybank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all. Oh, so now there's shovels? Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, he doesn't want Sussy to yell at him.
Yeah, that is fair. Fair. Oh, my life! I assure you, I'm not so unscrupulous.
Well. Hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them. And once the word is out, it's out.
Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes.
An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea!
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes. Let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape.
Very well then. Let us start once more from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular.
Oh, it's spectacular, all right. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, it's the tunnel beneath the... Alright, break time.
Perfect.
Yeah, we're back.
I've returned.
Alright. Alright, one more second. I need to take some painkillers. Important. Ah!
I think it's time. By the way.
Condes.
Yeah,
Cat
I think
pack, debt accrued.
I think it's time for you know, me to fulfill my ultimate purpose.
Yeah.
Do the task that I was born to do.
You're finally gonna kill me?
Yeah.
Thought that was my job.
I suppose that
No. I think I want to learn I think when a Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, I'm gonna play the hunting one.
Looking like a good one for it.
Yeah.
Looking like a good one for it. Oh,
You know, it's the natural evolution of the hammer.
you gotta try all of them though.
Yeah.
Except for the lance, it's not gonna be in the game. They're just not gonna put it in. Oh, okay. So these guys will probably remember. Obviously, I didn't do this on stream. The other night on YouTube, I was recommended the live stream. Whoops, the live stream for the new big Genshin Impact patch, and I was like, YouTube's gonna fucking hate me when I hit not interested on this. I'm gonna completely break the algorithm because I follow the Zenless stuff, I follow the Star Rail stuff, and have zero interest in Genshin. In fact, I blindly hate it because it's enjoyable to do so, right? This apparently did modify my algorithm somehow.
it's just Fortnite stuff now.
No. Last night it was like hey man, you remember the song from 10 years ago that you listened to 400 times on repeat? I'm like, yeah, I do want to listen to the Wolf's Rain's OST right now. Thanks. Strangers is probably my favorite song ever. I completely forgot about it. And they're like, okay, cool. And then today they're like, hey, remember the one Hatsune Miku song you like ever called Unfragment? That's like an 8-minute long song from a 13-year-old video. I'm like,
Love that
yeah,
song.
I do like that. Thanks. And I'm just
That
like,
was
it fixed itself.
who did that song?
I can
HSP?
I think, yeah,
HSP,
something like that.
Hero U. Let's see.
It was a longer name, but there was definitely a P in there, as there's always a P.
Yep, HSP.
Yeah.
Hiro Kyoto. That was the song. That song and Yellow by Livetune.
Okay.
Two songs that
Set you on the path.
all the way back in 2014. I was like, oh, okay, no, it's over. And I remember somebody was like,
really good because it's
someone
just,
was like,
it's just a good
you're-
house song.
it's yeah, exactly. It's just like really nice.
It's nice and
like,
chill.
I remember someone was like, oh, you're not gonna like
Good
Miku in like
ambience.
5 years, and it's been 10. So
Yeah.
fuck you,
whoever
said that, whoever that was, I
fuck
don't know. I'm still gonna get a Miku tattoo on my ass. There's nothing you can do about it.
That's absolutely what you should do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You should get the Miku that her twin tails are her legs. You should get that one tattooed on you.
what? Yeah. I fucking hate that thing.
I love that thing.
I love the fish Luca. That one was always weird.
I'm not sure if I've seen Fish Luca. I'm gonna look up Fish Luca.
Fish-
I'm
yeah,
nearly
that's the classic.
positive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, the fish look is the classic.
There's also the taco Luca, where she's a little octopus, but like, yeah, her
I'm getting a
friggin-
a Pixar movie.
her freaking Figma comes with a fish.
Not that, Luca.
Yeah, I know, but I typed Luka. Yeah, it's a tuna.
Yeah, her. I don't know why. I don't really understand why she has a tuna,
I
but
don't know, they had to give her something. Miku had the
leak.
leak, yeah.
I always think of this classic image.
Wait, doesn't Miku have the leak because of Orihime having the leak?
Yes.
Whoa.
This image is so fucking.
Whoa. I'm sorry, the Bucky's Miku?
The
Huh?
Bucky's Miku, you say.
Pussies.
The pussies.
The Bucky's Miku, you say.
Send. Oh wait, no, I heard about this. The Hatsune
Okay.
Miku, the Bucky's mascot that got a cease and desist.
Bucky's Miku.
Wait, did Bucky did
Bucky's
Sega sue
sent-
Bucky's or did Bucky's sue Sega?
Bucky's. No, it was not an official Sega thing, but Bucky's did in fact send a cease and desist to the person who made the
Bucksune
Bucky.
Miku.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bucky
Bucky
sent the
sent-
artist
yeah.
of the work a cease and desist letter after the item attracted significant attention in 2022. Right, so it was just like a fan alley kind of, artist, right?
Red
Yeah.
Box.
Yeah,
whatever.
you just
Yeah.
you make shit, you bring it to a convention, little trinkets and stuff that you sell, right? And it's a Bucky's logo with Miku's hair. That's it.
Not-
Miku's
not as-
pussy.
Not as evil as the mouse, I suppose.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, I love Hatsune Mike.
Mike. See, like, what the fuck's wrong with pussies then? Domino's was all over that shit. What even was that ad? That collab with Domino's?
The Domino's Miku thing?
What did that amount to?
It was for
Was
like
the-
a Project Diva promotion, I'm
Was
pretty
the
sure.
pizza
Like,
at least like teal?
no, it was literally just the Domino's guy talking to Miku from
Well,
like
She was
Project Diva Second on his phone or some shit.
Yeah, it was the app would let you like Miku would sit on your shoulder with the
Yeah.
Domino's pizza
Yeah,
app.
I had
Okay.
this app.
Yeah.
It was in the 3DS game, which is hold on, wait a second.
Good luck.
No, I need to look it up because I love that game.
Oh, I thought you
um,
were trying to get the one
Project
correct.
Mirai DX.
Right, because
the
those are the
Mik-
chibi games, right?
Yeah, the chibi. That game is amazing. It came with the edition that I got was like a boxed set, and it came with a like like it came with a bunch of cards that had QR codes on them, and there was an app you would download and scan the QR code, and you could manipulate this little tiny VR Miku in real space. It was amazing.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Thanks,
Loved it.
Domino's.
There's one for like Len and Red and Luca and whoever else is in that game. I think Gumi was in that
I don't know
game.
who those people are.
I think Kaito is in that game. Love it. Anyway,
We've probably told this story on stream before regarding our Arby's adventure.
yeah.
Brad and Alex and I
It's such
used
a minor
to like
thing.
we like a couple years back we used to get like food together like once a week. Right? Obviously like COVID happened and that kind of stuff, but like it was like every Saturday we get together, we get food somewhere, right? And you know we sometimes try and go to new places. You know, generally we'd be going to the same like Chinese food place, but whatever. But we'd seen these Arby's memes, right? Like, holy shit, that's a
The cardboard guy.
of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference in the Arby's tweet, right?
I think
So,
the
like,
The
one
anime
piece,
Arby's
the
tweets.
Frankie going super was what got us to go.
yeah, so like,
Like
there's
We
an
were like,
Arby's
fuck
about
it.
15, 20 minutes from my house.
Closer
So,
than
like,
that.
fuck it, let's-
It was
Yeah,
10 minutes,
yeah.
right? Like, it's pretty close.
And like, fuck it, let's go. And it's pretty late at night. Like, it was like 11 o'clock, I think. But it was like they're open or whatever, right? And we walk in. And there's, some, young man, 20
you know who works at a fast food restaurant.
Yeah, we're working the counter,
yeah,
right?
some disinterested young
We
man.
walk in and he
greasy
looks
black
at
hair.
us and he just fucking says, "What are you doing here?" We haven't said anything yet. We haven't like looked at the menu yet. It's like the way I interpreted it was he knows all of his regulars and we're not them. He knows who's coming to the Arby's. He knows something's wrong when we walked in.
Yeah.
And it was, "What are you doing here?" And we're like, and we explained, it's like, "Well, we had never really had Arby's. We're here to try it." And he's like, "You're gonna be disappointed. Sorry." And it wasn't great.
No, it was terrible.
It was all right.
I would say my food was bad.
Like, I remember being
I don't
fine.
remember it.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it was like 7 years ago. It was forever ago. But it was like, it was just "What are you doing here?"
What are you doing here? And then he kept talking to us too. Kept asking us other questions, and we're just like trying to like
pretty funny.
run your drug selling business, and
Yeah,
we're like,
like-
"Yeah, we're not narcs. Just fucking do it. We don't care." Yeah, we didn't even go through the drive-thru. We walked inside, which is probably the
Yeah.
part that really threw him off.
Sat down inside of an Arby's.
I wonder if it's still open.
Probably not.
I think it's still there.
I was gonna say probably, but then I changed my answer.
Yeah, sure.
Nothing's anywhere anymore. All right.
Y'all, yeah. I was gonna ask y'all had any good food lately. I forgot you're playing a video game.
No, I fucking had the worst Chinese food I ever had on Saturday. It was disgusting. Made me
Why don't
sick.
Chinese
I
food?
didn't like throw up or anything, but it was really bad. Really bad. No, I guess I haven't. Anyway, we're gonna uncover whether the shovels in this room are spades or shovels. What do you think, Brad? What's the difference between a spade and a
You
shovel?
caught me the second I was about to get up and put my fucking food
All
away.
right, let's not worry about it. All right.
No. Wait, a spade and a shovel?
Yeah.
A spade is like a shovel has a rounded edge.
Okay.
A spade is sharper. I think a spade is typically smaller too,
Okay.
whereas a shovel has a longer wooden handle. A spade is quite small.
Okay. What is the functional difference?
I don't know.
That's the question here. That is
Spades typically have like a serrated like part to the blade of
Not
the
a-
shovel. I
no.
don't really know.
so. In your house in this game, in your room in the attic above Shom's house, I look at this fucking shovel on the side, and I'm gonna be like, they're gonna talk about if this is a spade or a shovel, and I click on it, and they start talking about whether or not it's a spade or a shovel, and I'm like, nice. They did not reach a conclusion. But apparently shovels are for shoveling and spades are for digging. That's what they said. To be determined. To be determined. Alright. Let's get to it. First of all, we must ask ourselves of what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. Let me turn it back up. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes. What brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. So by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so we could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No. I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Oh, you got a cute little letter.
Wow.
She drew herself. Wow. Well, don't present it. Always look first. Oh. Look at all that scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness. There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windy Banks Pawnbrokery, Baker Street. Redemption deadline, 15th April. Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper?
Take that!
Also, she looks way taller than 5'2".
She's, yeah. Okay, apparently, according to Lowe's, a shovel is ideal for moving dirt or digging shallow holes, while a spade is better suited for cutting through compacted soil or creating precise holes. That makes sense.
That makes sense.
Like, in my mind, a spade's a little sharper.
Does piercing damage.
Yeah, piercing, exactly. Modern spades usually have serrations.
Sure.
Funny, that's funny to hear because my dad was like, yeah, when my company and I were digging a lot of like trenches, which you often have to do in construction, right? He was like, we would usually sharpen our shovels. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. You gotta get them shovels sharp. Apparently, he just needed some spades. But then you'd have to buy them. Just fucking sharpen the shovels.
Sharpen the shovel, dude.
Fuck it. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade.
Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery here.
Ugh. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you.
But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie.
You look short there. Between these giants. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today. By which I mean here to Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat.
So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Mrs. Lestrade.
I think you're right. I think it is Lestrade. Oh.
In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions.
Game which
The
you own.
cane.
Yep. Exhibits an incontrovertible
Yeah.
contradiction. What utter rot. I've had this cane for years. I like how it points to the top. What's a furl? It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly. Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we not know.
I think it's just the AG. But yeah.
Probably just the AG. What other angles we got? Going with the AG. Initialing. Look here, Miss Susato. There's some letters on the handle. Ah, yes. Those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously... Oh. AG. AG. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. It is funny. The previous text box will have the new text filled in already.
A most astute observation. What did you say, Mr. Eggert? Benedict?
Mr. Eggs Benedict.
We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction, indeed. Would you not agree?
Alex the Godless. For I have sinned. No! You're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you'd had that cane for years. Ah. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park.
In short,
I'm not short.
though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name.
Damn. Damn. I wanted this guy to be named Eggs.
Okay, hold on. It's an AG that can still be an egg thing. Al Gente.
Al Gente. Not bad. Not bad. Dude, Ags Genedict.
Actually, Genedict. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong?
Well,
And in your recoiling. Yeah,
Yeah, this was already said. Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. There's a rip in it. How long has that been there? Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart. Look. So it is. Do you know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded a bit like a tiny growl. I did hear that. But now I think it was probably the sound of his seam ripping open. Of this seam. If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If he were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. That I'd like to see. Sorry? So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around? She's really giving this some thought.
Take that!
No, I'm sorry. We are re-saying what Sholmes just said, but it just looks weird because the text is falling into the text box and then we're repeating it.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
sure,
that's why it looks so weird, because I'm not paying that close attention. The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see.
Yes. Because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Oh, don't I look like I got Eggs Benedict on my face now?
Having forced it over your broad, gigantic JoJo shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart.
My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so badly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Whitneybank. What really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed.
You abscond with a redeemed item. Solved. We did it. Now for the funniest part of this whole thing, when we're still using the premise of the previous one.
Yeah, it's definitely...
Alright, now Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime. Yep. Is this new? I don't remember. I'll just read it anyway. We must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have been planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to flinch some tawdry article of pawnage? You said this. Have you forgotten that I've redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? I think he did say this, whatever. Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly have known the relevant details? Ne sais pas. Shut up.
Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped.
What?
Consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn.
The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Yeah. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes. Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Whitneybank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Whitneybank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. The question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? This shit just written on the...
Well, obviously, yeah, obviously, Windy Bank would have it written down somewhere, right?
Got a notelet. Well, I guess let's examine everything. This is Mr. Windybank's gun. Yes, loaded with only one bullet, he said. It would appear that being a pawnbroker is a very life or death profession. That might just be this particular establishment. Baker Street Works. Sure hope it does. Is the title. Yes, and it does mention sewerage. Sewage works. Sewerage works. Sewerage, yeah. Sewerage works, as Mr. Sholmes said. Oh. It specifically mentions that tonight's sale at the confectionery shop on the corner won't be affected. Case solving first. Confectionery later, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah. Curse my overly expressive face. The notelet. Look at this, Mr. Sato. Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Windybank has scribbled to himself. Let's see. What does it say? Oh! Professor? Huh. Mr. Windybank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. Yeah, real clear. Oh, dear. I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? Sussy, avert your eyes. Got anything else, just in case? Nope. I want to look at the cat picture.
Take that!
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn.
Yes. The broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question.
I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about?
It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade.
In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windybank.
When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice.
You observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger.
And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade.
Master plan?
Which brings us at last.
You go to such lengths to redeem that particular... Are you quite serious? Yep. An ill-fitting overcoat. By the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. I think some of this is new. But, fuck it, I'll just... For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, the picture postcard tells us what we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windybank isn't even worth a penny. And yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? I better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. Gosh. I hope it's this, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely this. For McGilded. Whoa. Kino alert. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc. Look. And a scribbled word or two. Looks like somebody's name. For McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. But it is Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? Oh yeah.
Take that!
Oh yeah. Here we go.
Or is it gonna be? Yeah.
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. Am I goated? Oh, what's that? On the back?
It reads, "For McGilded." Mr. Magnus McGilded. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his lone-mongering
And chocolate bars.
demonstrated... Huh?
And chocolate bars. I was
Oh.
trying to splice that in, sorry.
His lone-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate?
Yeah. No, this makes sense, because we got Gina back here, and they clearly were in cahoots.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I was like, oh, AG's Adam Gilded. I'm like, wait, no, it's McGilded.
Yeah. Maybe. It's possible. Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. So he gave
Minor
Gina. So he gave Gina the overcoat that night. Then,
Right.
okay,
With
a damning music box that will unravel all of London's courts and law systems, I guess. Great. It better. Overcoat that you squeezed.
your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict.
Egbert Benedict.
Yeah, I want to call him Egbert.
Just fucking call him Egbert.
But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today
Was to retrieve an article left behind
by the
by the
late
late Magnus
Magnus
McGilded.
McGilded.
Nailed it. Oh! White man defeated. Alright, so who the fuck are you? Deduction complete.
Elementary.
My dear Naruhodo.
Well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances.
Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind.
Pray tell, Miss Susato.
Well, according to what Mr. Windybank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not?
Right.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Today is 15th April, so 2 months ago today...
15th of February, which would have been right before his trial.
Would have been right after his trial.
I thought the trial was on the 18th.
No, you're right, you're right. I was thinking it was the 14th.
But the 15th is when
No,
the
you're
murder
right,
happened.
It was the 18th. You're right.
Yeah, but I think
Totally
the 15th
correct.
is when the murder happened.
No,
Yeah.
you are correct. It was definitely the 15th. The 14th Valentine's Day. I think that's why I was like, yes,
Oh,
that day in February.
Would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m. I see.
Okay. What? But that suggests... Yes. 15th February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place.
Right, so suddenly something's making a lot more sense. Because obviously they didn't get the full picture of that case. But it's like, why the fuck would... Like, Magnus didn't kill him to collect a debt. That doesn't make sense. Like, rich guy has it over the poor guy, right? But it's like... It's not worth it to kill a guy over $20, right?
No.
Even if you're rich, right? It's not... So it's like something else had to be going on. Why the fuck does he kill that guy?
It's precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening
Yeah.
is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding.
Whoa. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence.
You are of course at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However, goodbye. I'm leaving. Okay.
Holy shit.
I must insist you hand over the music box disc. Now. Yeah, this is a part 7 character. They all got guns. Everyone's fucking packing heat in that part. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. Come on. Come on. Windy Bank. Blow his fucking head off. What do I do? I mean, we're handing over the disc. It's the reasonable thing to do.
Yeah, it's the reasonable thing to do.
He could shoot me at any moment. I hate to give in, but what other choice do I really have here? Yup. Mr. Windybank.
Hero. This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen,
No, wrong way.
I should have to take my own life.
Mr. Windybank, no! Alright, that's enough. Inspector Gregson! Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. We got here as fast as we could. Now what's all this then, eh?
You got a license for that, bro? Oh, praise be! You're here at last! I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment.
It would seem you have the upper hand.
Oh my god.
Right, you'll have some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. A petty? Mr. Windybank very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun as far as I could tell.
Oh dear.
And all of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What on earth is the case, Inspector?
There are no detail, Gregson.
I might have said a little too much. No matter. It's nothing to do with you lot. You're telling me they're not arresting this guy for, like, threatening someone at gunpoint?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
There
yeah.
we go. Yeah.
Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! He's getting away! Oh, after him, lads. Whistle the beat officer too! Sir! Been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Nice.
Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed.
Now then. Mr. Permanently in mourning. Oh, yes? Jeez. I'll be taking that whatever it is in McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much.
Because you're in black.
So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, he's wearing all black, yeah, you're right. No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is mine! I'm sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Evidence?
If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector.
Ah. And so, we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson. And we're summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Summarily, that's how you say that. Okay. Well, we can do a little bit more. We'll just find a good stopping point, right? This is gonna be a big one. Finally, a good investigation sequence. 15th of April, Baker Street. See, that's why I had grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from ya.
Oh, really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm?
What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it after I looked daggers at him for long enough. It went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scarp her. Always pays off, giving people a look like you ate 'em. I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day.
He's gonna eat me!
What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mind. The music box disc. But Mr. Windybank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go have another bash. Give him a long, odd stare.
I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windybanks again today.
Why not? That's not fair. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene right now and taking a statement from Mr. Windybank. But that's just mine. I had the ticket for this coat, and it was in this coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. What's that Rotten Cove said, ain't it? That's what that Rotten Cove said, ain't it? Yeah. Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too. Whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck.
Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day.
Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes.
So, what are your plans now? will you dine with us this evening?
Eh?
Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure. And I might entertain you with a modest violin recital.
No, Ta.
Oh?
Why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your heads or something? She's gone. Oh dear, she's gone.
Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add.
I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway.
Interesting.
When she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come.
Very well, then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guests at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later, too.
Sorry?
I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you.
Oh, how exciting! What is it? Violin.
You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until later, then. Now.
No, we'll just go there now.
Until later. Immediately, 1 minute later.
3:46 p.m. Time for dinner. Oh, Susie and Runo, come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh, yes. After all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess.
Is it Gina?
Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh, dear. It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise. Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow. Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? This is like peak male. Like, this is what men do. They go crazy, they ramble on in the middle of a store to people. They act like they can play an instrument, and then they fucking sit at their desk and just do nothing. Really? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello? Mr. Sholmes?
I beg that you won't speak to me.
Sorry.
I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here.
I think we're back into emo mode. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes. Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are.
You killed her dad.
Fucking, like, dial-up noise in his head.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right? How? How did you... 'Cause I'm the smartest person in this world, you see? You bring me into a court, I'll solve everything. Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book. This girl is dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I don't mind. I won't mind. Ginny. So by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes! Who else stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher? Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of a friendship, but hey. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. Oh. There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants to make a whole rainbow. Wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. Got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. I just hope she does. I hope she does actually come. Living with Schloms. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Early, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? Oh. My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. You killed one of them, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'll never forgive the Japanese.
Oh. Mommy passed away when I was born. Not around the same time my father... Well... He had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mystery cases together. She didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. Really? He recorded them all. So you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases. Oh yes. I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father. Exactly. They told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. That only made me want to look even more. So I opened it up. I found your father's memoirs. Yes. So I asked Early, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But that's when he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. Iris's father. I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, it must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh?
It's so obvious he's never had sex.
Yeah. Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There's some things I can just see. Come on, superpowers, superpowers, superpowers. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he's solved a case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. You can say that again.
What?
You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right. Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see.
And he's been staying in Japan.
Please.
Could
Please,
be anybody.
Ryunosuke. Please, Ryunosuke, I'm begging you. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. Iris's father, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson.
Could be anybody.
Could be anyone.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. that's
Hello,
like-
stream. It is me, Judge. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Wait a minute. That life-changing event.
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in the case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. All right, fall over. This is the part where you crumple. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who in the most bizarre of circumstances lost his life just before we left Japan. Listen, Iris, I basically killed your dad. I'm your father now. What?
yeah, that's how it works.
I was the last person to ever speak to your father. Mr. Sato. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best.
Ah, my dear fellows! How good to see you!
Mr. Sholmes!
But why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you?
This guy has some mental disease. This is not normal. We've been with you for most of the day.
Goodness, really? For just the drugs.
At least he doesn't get angry. It's like the rough thing about like memory loss and people is they get mad.
Right,
It's
right.
frustrating.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel this regularly now. Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My what? What about it?
My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam?
Oh,
Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you.
it's a miracle Iris turned out normal.
Behold, my dear fellows.
How'd you get
I
that?
have perfectly reconstructed this music disc from memory
I manifested it on my desk.
by simply observing the curves and joints, or whatever it would be called.
In
Divots.
bips, divots.
Dips once. We can now
Bumps?
listen to it. Bumps.
Oh, another music box disc.
Not another disc, Miss Sasato. This one. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilded's disc.
Oh my. Then what's it doing here?
You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
Base. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. Oh, I'd be a pickpocketing assistant. And Bruno could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Don't you nod at me. Alright. The music box disc. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard.
Quite correct.
He emailed it to me.
And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this.
Whoa!
I molded a new disc out of caramel.
I think he molded a new disc out of caramel.
Whoa.
That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. What are you talking about?
If you will humor me, my dear fellows. Cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of Gilded's down the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. There you go. Yep.
If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector.
Now there's blood all over the caramel.
For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand. Did I not?
How big's the disc? We talking like GameCube?
I'm thinking it's like the standard CD, maybe slightly bigger. Not
Right.
quite a record. Like
Yeah.
not dinner plates, not like dinner plate size, but
Right. Right.
like lunch plate size.
Yes. Yes, you did have the plate, but I still don't understand.
It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. Yeah, okay, he took the print.
Yeah, he took the print. Yeah, okay, that's probably about standard CD shape then, size.
Yeah.
That's amazing! The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image on in the caramel.
Indeed. This caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution.
Can you eat it still? How extraordinary.
Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press, and its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment.
Yes. It sounds illegal.
From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played.
The music on the disc. Could you tell us then, Mr. Sholmes? What music does the disc play?
Well, unfortunately, I have no idea.
No idea.
None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows?
No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Runo? I'm a lawyer. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances. Protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past, making the different notes. The first music box to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it.
But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe.
Why exactly?
Because the discs are easier to produce, and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result.
It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present.
But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem.
What do you mean?
As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable.
Oh, I see. So that's why.
Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail.
This is neat.
Were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in inquiring
Sorry. My fucking fingers slipped. I need a new mouse.
in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe.
You're what? Every single one? That's early for you. Always taking things too far.
My dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution.
But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it?
Yes. That is certainly true. In the worst case. I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room.
What's that gonna do? What?
He needs the space.
Oh, for the boxes, sure. I was like, how's that gonna make you more money? Magnus McGilded.
Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon.
Really, I did. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. With the man's death, truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved, buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice Fried Rice Mason. Oh. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not.
It would appear the case is not yet closed.
Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long.
Thank you, Iris.
Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do.
I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. And now then, where did I leave it?
Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker.
Yes. You may be right.
I don't know. I like Emo Sholmes the best. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windybank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he?
Did he?
Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in the storeroom. Were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you are as incensed as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windybank's storeroom, gathering dust.
My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than a bank's vault.
And what about your Stradivarius, Early? Was that safe and secure?
Well, there may be the occasional mix-up.
Yeah, like this. Block this. Ah! Ah, Iris, no! I wasn't ready for that.
Them small body fighters.
That was by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Not too far from me now. You have any idea how long it took me to write that Barkersville story, Hurley? Barkersville, you say? Or Baskerville? Whatever the fuck.
They didn't say.
Wait, what the... Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Baskerville. I read Barker because I was thinking of the Hound. Oh Oh, it sounds so exciting! Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Wait.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea
Huh?
how long it took me to write that Baskerville story? Hound of the Baskervilles. Wait, what?
Yeah. She read her mind.
She knows Dr. Wilson. Her dad worked with Dr. Wilson.
Oh. See, I was thinking she just read Iris's mind.
Maybe.
No, but no, I think you're right. That's a good call. That's a really good call. Why do you know the title? We didn't say it. Yeah. Yeah.
red solo cup image.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie? What did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles, but how could you know the full title? Well, that's... That's, because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about, Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, the Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Windy Banks. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on?
Oh.
Aha! I've got something to do, see you. What is it, Mr. Sholmes?
It would appear our guest
No.
has arrived.
Ginny, leave. We're in the middle of something.
You don't mean that, Alex.
I don't know. I'm kind of invested in the through line here.
No, clownery.
All right, fine. Hi, Miss Lestrade. A series of cute girls. See, look how cute she is. This was a bad idea. I knew I wasn't welcome. I'm going. No, she's fast. No, wait, Miss Lestrade.
Detective Gumshoe!
Detective Gumshoe! No, don't go! Hey, pal.
See, that works out because Lestrade is the detective in Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she's got the green. She's got the green on her at least.
Is this our Gumshoe?
Is this our Gumshoe? Wow, Gumshoe, you sure became British blonde and really, really cute suddenly. We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh yes, just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you there, Miss Lestrade. Strahd, whatever. Please make yourself at home. You can hang out in the attic if you want.
Don't stand in the doorway, my girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer.
Mendelssohn. Son, like John, but with two S's.
Yeah, Mendelssohn. I won't take no for an answer.
Meddlesome it is then. Giddy.
Oh my god, it's the Hound of Baskerville. Except it's a cat.
That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholm's violin performance was in no way meddlesome, and Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. That's kind of fun. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. To be continued.
Uh-oh. Yeah, now I'm going with Meddlesome is like a violin thing?
Probably. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh,
Never
yes!
proposed.
Iris's cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. I'm gonna do it, Nick. Naruhodo-san. Could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received that Alex forgot about already. Ah. One that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. Oh, wow. I wonder what's gonna happen. You're not getting set up to be a murderer, are you? I think she's getting set up to be a murderer.
That would be wild. They've never...
Never.
The assistants never found
Never.
trial before in
Never.
a security game.
Unprecedented. How could they do this? Make sure to bring some onions with you, that it's over the staircase. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no. That won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for?
It seems I'm to be married to Van Zeeks. Our two governments have decided that this is the best way to broker peace between our nations.
How draconian. Interesting. I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this, then? Whatever it is. It's making me feel very uneasy. Flashback to the future! Oh, look at that be, I wonder.
Oh, wait. Brad, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, really quick, what are the things on the right?
I don't know if you can see my mouse. Above the staircase, the balls.
Garlic, right?
We're thinking it's garlic or onions.
Right,
Because garlic
It
grows
looks
on stalks like that, but it
huge.
looks like onions and they're giant.
yeah. And that's supposed to be right in front of us, I guess, and not, like,
No.
above the staircase?
That would be weird. Good
Thinking it's
evening,
coconut.
friends. I'm thinking it's coconuts. Ah, Iris, hello again. And Gina, too. Yes, Ginny's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. Lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? Oh, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I can earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see... I came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine! Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? You've never been up here? What do you think, Jenny? I think I wouldn't fancy my chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Manuscript. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Why? All right, I understand. Hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but the story you made up, is it, Iris? That mantle script or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Guinea, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. Eh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I studied them and wrote my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your man now, then? I shot him, says Ryunosuke. He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land. And he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him. Oh. Right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. We don't know really anything personally about Gina. Out of the Baskervilles. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts. That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh? How? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it, and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It's the first time I've ever seen him like that. Right, so my gears are turning here, right? Sholmes was obviously in Japan, I'm assuming. Right.
Right, this would make sense, because he was on the boat back from Japan.
So,
Yeah, because it's like...
I'm gonna go with this story, The Hound of Baskerville, is gonna be about Kazuma. And it's gonna be the thing that lets us know what we need to know. That is like the mystery there for Ryunosuke.
Sure. Yeah,
or that he's involved in it in some way, at least.
Yeah.
Because
I can see that.
Like, This is looking good, though. This has got a lot of moving parts, thankfully.
Yeah, like I'm probably also just assuming it's like was like their last case together or something.
It could just be that, right?
Yeah.
For sure. But like my mind's jumping to how is this going to make me cry? If I'm the creator here, how do I bring this to bring the player to tears? And it'll be something like that. Pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris.
Because in my mind, though, like Sholmes is on the return boat, right? Yeah. But it's like he probably went to Japan because he heard that Wilson died. Because we're still there for 2 months after Wilson dies before we leave with, or multiple months before we leave with Cosmo.
Oh yeah, well, that's true. We were. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, Sholmes would have to be hanging out in Japan for a few months for no reason. If he was there with Wilson.
Yeah, that's true. Regardless, though, it's
sure. No,
something's gonna be happening with Sholmes in Japan.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
We'll go on. We've not seen this. This is one of these real flashbacks.
But this story must not be published at this time under any circumstances.
But why not? It's one of my best works.
I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please, do not ask me.
Alright then. I won't.
But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris. When the time is right.
Well, he's here now. Mr. Naruhodo's right here. So fucking tell me. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windybank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. It's treating you like a child. That's mean. That's what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? He said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it. I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? Gina, what the fuck are you doing? She's so cool. Your parents. I realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina, or you, for that matter. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. From the minute we're born, not even our mums. Real sad hours. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. That's why you're a pickpocket. No, I like doing that. It's just fun. Nah. Diving's my life. I love it. See? I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I say it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. But having listened to what Orange just said, sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you've never had them, you don't feel like you always wanted to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy. So much. Oh, Iris. Alright, what about this fucking lie you're talking about? Gina, what the fuck did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that mantle script or whatever, right? Come on. That's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's shrimple. Promple, if you will. We got prawns here. We ain't got shrimp, we got prawns. Look, right over there behind my shoulder. It's become a problem.
It's quite the problem.
It's quite the problem, Mr. Naruhodo. It's simple. That store was really an old Windy Bank's storeroom. There's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Well, sorry, Iris. But if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But really would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. Gina, stop it. I'm telling ya, that metal script ain't at Winterbanks. Winterbanks. You'd soon see it if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Early's telling me the truth sometimes. Say? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean, that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Awkward. Oh my goodness, look at the time! Come along, Jenny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah. Alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Early, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. Iris, it sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Dr. John H. Wilson. Iris's father. But also, the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Naruhodo? The voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night.
You know what I'm here for. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone.
Gina?
She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty.
Well, she's an independent young woman. She's probably decided to go home, no?
I think not. From speaking to her before she retired. I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfast with Mrs. Sato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home. But I've been waiting for over an hour now.
Uh-oh. For an hour? Oh.
If you'll indulge me, look out the window, my dear fellow.
What's this about? I was gonna say, she's probably trying to get the
Pawn shop,
manuscript.
yeah.
Hmm? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night?
That's Mr. Whitneybake's Pawn Brokery.
Prawn Brokery, baby! Got him!
I'm like, yeah, you got me.
It's become a problem.
Fuck me, dude.
Yes, sir. Like the tongue twisting is already off the charts. Like,
Yeah.
Mr. Winniebanks. Oh no. It's simple. That story was really in old Winniebank's storeroom. There's no way someone halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Horace, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone...
It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry, no, not really.
Well, anyway, we must investigate.
At once.
At once!
Oh, Miss Susato! '16th of April, 1:14 a.m., Baker Street. Door to Windybanks. It's open. And the lamp is burning. Must be Gina, mustn't it?
Let us hope it's nothing more sinister.
What?
Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly, something is afoot inside.
There's no one here.
Oh my god, the calendar.
Oh! Oh, fuck! Yes.
Oh, yes.
There is. Oh, whoa! Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot?
Leave me! Mr. Naruhodo!
But...
After them! Go!
Right! Blast! I've lost them! Hello, what have we here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer! Come with me! It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes! He's been shot! Shot?! With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windybanks.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Narado,
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door.
Where was he shot?
In the storeroom. Hurry!
It's time. You know you have the ability to do this. Gina's gonna be in there.
It's Gina!
All right.
Dun, dun,
Finally, some
dun.
good fucking food. Like this is what's been missing in every case is like most of the investigations always had like a fucking stinger that
Yeah.
was like, dude, what? You know, like the end of the Max Powers case or whatever, where you walk into the woman's room to confront her and her gang shows up and you're like, oh fuck, and then you know Gumshoe comes and save you or whatever. Obviously, there's more intense things at the end of the games usually. All right. That. Well, I guess we're gonna watch a little bit of this and then I'm gonna back out. But we're definitely stopping here. Right, so are the silhouettes gonna be those two fuckers that we saw in the last case arguing? Who the fuck were they? I think we can get our way out of this one. I think we win this. All right. We'll get back to this on Monday. Looking forward to it. See you then.